the tubercle cell and the camphor.
Ja, weet je, voor de broer.
need you now. You're not gonna pray for him anymore. Daddy, you're not gonna pray for him. He's leaving your life. Nothing for you. Nothing for you. Nothing for you. He's leaving your life. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you for praying for him. Thank you.
Hello? Good morning. My name is Larry Singh. I'm Dean's childhood friend. We grew up together. I want to welcome you and thank you for coming. We have a fairly limited time here, so we've got a few things to attend to. To start with, we have Guru Subramanian who will carry out certain rites and rituals. We have a few people who wanted to speak or deliver eulogies, and that will come later. We've got to be at the crematorium by 3 o'clock, so our time is fairly limited, and we've got to work to them. In the meantime, welcome, thank you for coming, and I'll ask people outside to come in and find themselves some seats. And while the process is going on, you can pay your respects to Dean in the meantime. Thank you.
அன்பர்களே, தாய்மார்களே, நண்பமார்கள் எல்லாரும் கூடி வணக்கங்க. இந்த நேரத்தில் அவ்வளோ முக்கியம் இது. நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் 2 கையெழுத்து கடவுள் நல்ல பிரார்த்தனை செய்கிறீங்களுக்கு. அவர்களை ஆத்மா தெய்வலோகத்தை நல்ல சந்தோஷமா அமர்கள். Ladies and gentlemen, and to the younger generation, I need your undivided attention at this window period of time. As stated by the previous speaker, we have a very short time. There is a lot of things that we need to cover in this very short time. Let's settle down and let's open our hearts and our ears and let's go through the process on the present situation that's unfolding in front of us. It's called reality. What is reality? Reality at this very moment of time that's been laid out on the red carpet. Let's start by saying, I lie on the deathbed, 11th hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. What is the process that unfolds in that window period of time of 1 second? 59 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. I have 1 split second. I lie on the deathbed. Yamaraja stands at the doorway. He yanks my soul and rests it onto my throat. And I will tend to breathe in a very vigorous way in an upward position. In Tamil we say, Merlapuj. At that given juncture of time, the people around me will give me a teaspoon of milk, a teaspoon of water. My elders in that home will rub a coin onto the ground and grab that droplet of water and feed me. The elders in my house will bring some money and put it to my hand, and so forth. What is the reason and what is the significance behind those things that our elders do when my eyes is closed? The reason is from generation to generation, our elders, or the one that's around me at that juncture of time, will assume that I am choking and they feed me the milk, the water. And the elders in the house will also take cognizance and find that I am not releasing or not letting go of the materialistic things. So they put money into my hand, the car keys into my hand, the house keys into my hand, to quench the thirst of desire at that juncture of time of a split second. And when the soul is virtually removed out of the body or taken out from the body goes through a lot of pain. It is equivalent of countless scorpion piercing that body at that juncture of time. As soon as the Atma comes out of the body, the Atma is occupy a temporary body that's called a spirit body. At this juncture of time, 7 meters above this body, the Atma, which is the soul, hovers around at this juncture of time. So, that is basically what unfolds when I lie on the deathbed. But what we were supposed to do, if the process is undertaken in that juncture of time in that way, then my materialistic desire grows and grows and grows. And when the Atma comes out of the body, the soul attaches itself with the materialistic desire and come out. But what we were supposed to do is when I lie on the deathbed, 59 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, you were supposed to call somebody in to sing the Mariman Talatam or the Namashivaya Male. When I listen to the praises of God and the hymns of God, I will automatically think of God at that window period of time. And when the soul is taken out, it attaches itself with the praises of God and come out. So in this generation of time, we will actually don't have a proper understanding why our forebearers, or our mother, or our father, or our granny, or grandfather, that's our forebearers, have such names as Govinda, Krishna, Narayana, Govind Sami, Chin Sami, Mun Sami, and so forth. And the daughter's name, Visalachi, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Durga, Mariman, all those names. Let me tell you why our forebearers kept such and such name at that window period of time, at that generation. When I lie on the deathbed, 59 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds, I will call my last born. I want to see for the last time. And I will call him. And for example, his name is Narayana or Krishna. I will call Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. By the time my young born comes to me, my soul is taken away. But if I call Narayana or Krishna, who I'm actually calling? God Almighty. So the last gush of hair I have in this body will come out with the name of God. And when that happened, from Vaikuntha Vasa, Mahavishnu, Sriman Narayana, Govinda will send a messenger, but a fraction of a blink of a human eye will come and take the soul and go to Vaikuntha Vasa. Yamaraja will go empty-handed. So we don't go through the process with Yamaraja. So that is a fundamental aspect that we need to embody in our mind and educate the soul to such a degree that when anything happened to us, the first thing we do, we call God. But at this present situation in the moment, when anything happened to us, who do we call first? You tell me. You don't call your mother, you don't call your father, you don't call God. But this is what we say. We say, Ayo Ma, Ayo Sami, Ayo Ram, Ayo Narayan. Who is Ayo? That's a good question. We don't have a proper answer to that. So if anything happened to us, we must call God, minus the Ayo. Ayo is the name of Yamaraja's wife. So who are we calling first? Yamaraja and his daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, have we seen God? We haven't seen God. In our scriptures it says, Mada, Pida, Guru, Deva, mother, father, teacher, God. It is the sole duty of our children to look after our father, our mother, and give them everything. And if they are unwell, see to them, bath them, comb them, nurture them, dress them, put a smile on their face. That is priceless. If you fail and cannot feed your mother and father, do not wait for the 15 and 16 day ceremony to come and go into the garden and cut the biggest banana leaf and put a mountain of offering there in front of the lamb. Do you, from the depths of your heart, every fibers of your chamber in the heart, do you think that's the correct way to do it? No, not at all. Not at all. But when they're living and walking the face of this planet, it is important to see to them and do to them and care for them and nurture them and love them. It's more vulnerable to do that now when they come to that juncture of time. Don't at any juncture of time take our parents and put them in the homes. And when there is a prayer or a festival in the temple, we take a big tray of fruits, milk and coconut. If it's Murugan's prayer or Mariman prayer, we buy a beautiful sari and we take and go to the temple. Tell me something truthfully. Do you think that's correct? We leave our mother, or we put our mother in the homes, and we want to go to the temple and pray to that mother. Do you think wholeheartedly that she'll accept this token of appreciation that you are giving towards her? No, not at all. If that mother asks you one question, you see the clay pot that we carry? That will be filled up with your ashes. What I'm trying to tell you is, you will disintegrate if the murti talks to you instantly. But say for instance, you stood your grounds and you heard the mother, my child, who is this for? Oh mother, this is for you, a token of appreciation. My child, how can you leave your mother out in the cold? and bring this to me. First take this to your mother. Put a smile on the face, dress her up, put some flowers on her hair. I will be happy to see that happen. Mada, Pita, Guru, Devam, mother, father, teacher, God. It is the biggest sin to hurt the mother and let the tears from this mother's eye fall on the lap of the other mother. Who's the other mother? Bhuma Devi. It is the biggest sin that man can create for himself, to hurt the mother and let the tears fall on the lap of the other mother, which is Bhuma Devi. That is the biggest sin that man can create, or the biggest hurdle or obstacle in his life. How would the mothers that are seated here, when their child or daughter come to their house and give them a sad story and they cry and the tears roll down the cheek onto that mother, her mother, how will that mother feel? Take that into consideration. That is reality. What happened now is reality. We need to embrace death. Death is part and parcel of our life. If we can embrace a newborn into the house, we need to embrace death. To us, it's the end for our father. But to him, it's a beginning of a new life. The most important offering to offer to our ancestors or our departed. What is the most important offering that we can offer to our ancestors? In English, we say sesame seed. In Tamil, we say yellow tani. The most important offering that we can offer to our ancestors is sesame seeds or yellow tani. And the more yellow tani you offer, the more it becomes good for him on his journey. That is the best type of offering that you can offer to our ancestors. And there's only a certain window period of time that we can do prayer to our ancestors. That is in the period called Maliga Pacha, in the time of Padayachee. It is a vegetable type offering that we do. And now at this juncture of time, it is in Pongal time, we also can do ancestral prayers. And then all to Amavasas, 12 months, 12 Amavasas, you can also do Yellantani offering to our ancestors. But from the 12 Amavasas, only 3 stands up tall and very vibrant and powerful that you can offer Yellantani. The first one is in the month of Maliga Pacha or Hari Padayachee, Maliga Pacha Amavasa. That is the first Amavasa, and it's the most potent Amavasa that you can do offering to ancestors. The second one is in the month of Adi Amavasa, you can virtually offer Yellantani or do prayer for ancestors. And the third one, in this month of January, around the 21st or the 22nd, stand for correction, there is an Amavasa. You can virtually offer Yellantani. Not at the time of the birthday, not at the time when they passed on. It is only the window period of time that you can do these types of prayer. Very, very basic understanding we need to virtually process. The reason is we need to pass this baton onto the younger generation, which is our children. And tomorrow's children must be fully equipped and much more aware of the situation that unfolds here. It is called reality. And if we don't educate and teach and pass the knowledge and the wisdom onto our younger generation, which is our children, when it comes to this part, they will be lost and confused, and they will know what to do. So it's important, please, take care of our mothers and fathers. Who was the first one that carried you? Our mother. Whose back you ride the first? Mother. Who gave you the first hand food? Mother. Who was your first nurse? Mother. Who went out and bent the midnight oil and put a warm plate on the food? Father. Who stand as a sentinel at the doorway? Father. If all those things our parents stood by us from day one till you get married and go out, how can we forget the goodness of our parents? We're living in the period of Kali Yuga, 432,000 years. It's exactly 5,123 years. What's going to happen to men when it comes to the halfway mark? think about it. Nandri, vanakkam.
Thank you, Guru. Thank you very much. Very enlightening, very touching, very spiritual. Thank you very much. And people, we have certain other speakers. I just give you a bit of background with the team. We grew up, we met probably when we moved into Chatsworth in 1963. I was about 9, he was probably about the same. And he lived diagonally across the road from me. And well, a lot of people lived in the area, and a lot of them are present today, a lot of them moved to Barton. But it's a friendship that grew from there. And when we were in our late teens, we started a football club. And the entire football club, almost exclusively, was from about a 500-meter radius from where I lived. And that football club went on into the late 80s. And we became all of it. In reality, the football club still lives because all the guys who were in that club and the ones that were added on later, we're all in a group that meets sometimes yearly, sometimes twice yearly. And that tradition still goes on. And sadly, Dean was the main organizer of these get-togethers. Dean was an only child. His father died when he was pretty young. Dean married Vanita, who is my, what we call kitchen door neighbor. He doted on his family, and I know he was very, very close to the granddaughter, Sabrina. And it was quite sad at his passing because he had a few rough years with his health. And we will remember Dean as the organizer, as I call him in his last birthday the glue, because that's what he did, he glued everybody together. And that's how we will remember it. People, I have a colleague of his from Department of Manpower. I don't even know if they call it Manpower anymore, but that's what it was in Dean's time. It was Tom Byers would like to say a few words about Dean. Tom, if you're around, can you see me?
Program Director, Faith and Organizational Leaders, to the widow of Dean, children and grandchild, family and friends, good afternoon. It is with a heavy and shattered heart that I'm standing here. To the family and fellow bereaved, please accept our condolences. I also bring the sincerest sympathies of Dean's seniors in Victoria and also fellow colleagues that have been working with for a short 20 years. I want to share with you that your loss is also our loss. It's shared by all of us. My name is Tom Weiss. Just sharing with the program director, it's Afrikaans and so on, but nothing wrong also to say buys, things that women do and love best, to buy. Dean was my colleague and a very, very dear friend for many years. I started at the Department of Labor also many moons ago, Dean before me. But we became acquainted and so on from the year 2000, where we were in direct contact. I knew him before that, but he then joined us in 2003. We lured him, we stole him, in fact, from your province here, because we had some serious work, and we knew that he had the acumen, he had the everything and so on, and we were quite sure that by having him in our team, we would be A for a way. And as I indicated, in 2003, he joined us. But what a sad occasion under which we meet here today, having to say farewell to Dean. I heard also that Dean was also known by another name, but we know him as Dean, and I hope that I'm not offending anybody. And so, Dean was my man, Dean was my friend, he was my buddy. As I said, I knew him post 2000, and we teamed up working together since 2003 when we served on various project teams. And one of the key projects that we've done was when we had to replace our operational system to a new one. And since Dean had profound knowledge of the Act, since Dean had exposure also to crucial areas within UI, I mean, he's been exposed to every little section in UIF. He was a Mr. Know-it-all. And he also worked with people from the rural areas. He also worked and so with employees, etc. And he could not get a different mate. And he, as I said, he joined the super team, and they were also called the A-team. He was very client-centered and had exposure to the most vulnerable colonies based in the rural areas. He was very passionate about his job, and he loved what he was doing. He was always energetic, never governed by the clock, worked around the clock, even on weekends, to get the job done. His passion knew no limits. Dean was also no dull boy, and so on. He had a full mixture and so on. Work. But then also with the belief and so on that we need to make time to play. And that he loved enormously. He was a trustworthy friend to me. And for this also, the fact that we could take him away here from KwaZulu-Natal, I want to thank his family that we could borrow Dean for quite some time, and the time that we could spend with him. I want to leave these words to the family. It's depicted from Jeremiah 29 verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future. Family and friends, everything happens according to God's plan. And His plan is never to harm us. No matter how hurtful the situation may seem to be at this moment. So my prayer is that God will make this journey of your loss very easy. May you draw strength from above as you learn to live without a husband, without a father, without a grandfather, without friends. I want to end off by saying amen. But before you release me and so on, I was asked by one of the immediate seniors of Dean also just to share this with you, if you allow me. I was shocked and saddened when I read on WhatsApp yesterday about Dean's health. I was giving them just updates. Jennifer has been sharing the news with us about the condition of Dean, and he's now sharing with me to say that he was saddened about Dean's health. We spoke last year after the KZN floods, and he was his usual self, going for a bride and doing about life. Time flies. I regret we haven't spoken or messaged since then. He sent me Christmas greetings every year. Years ago I met Dean through the department. Time flies again. I got to know him as an expert on UIF. the challenges which the clients faced. His insight and knowledge was invaluable. He understood both the institution and its clients' needs. He was a very nice guy, large, always friendly, always smiling, always willing to help. He taught me about Durban's curries. He was always willing to put in more than he needed to, at his own personal and family cost. He was one of the major contributors to our operational system and our operational team. Thank you, Dean, for your contribution. Thank you for helping me and so many others. Thanks for being a friend. God bless you, Dean. This message comes from Chris. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. I hope I get that right now, Mr. Bass. Dean was very close to a friend called Sivan. Sivan was all our friends. We grew up in the same area, in the same era. But him and Dean were very tight and close together. And both were Manchester United supporters till very end. Sorry, no. Dean was in Manchester United and Sivan was Liverpool. And fortuitously, Man United beat Man City yesterday. I think maybe after 60 years or more, probably in history. And Dean would never have let us sleep had he been alive. He would have ripped Sivan to shreds. That's how serious he was about his Man United. However, Sivan passed away 2 years ago, and him and Dean, I hope they get together. I hope between them they can find a race card and a cell phone up there, otherwise they'll be lost. We have a Mr. Stanley Pillay, who's also a colleague of Dean, and would like to say a few words for him.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me know the region. Vanakkam, Namaskaram, Namaste. Today is indeed a very sad day for me and my family and most of our friends and colleagues from the department that is with us. I'm just one of Dean's friends, and especially in our department, the group that started in the early 80s when Dean started. Together with Dean, there were a number of other colleagues that are seniors to us, and we started around 83, most of us around 84. And we have become more than friends and colleagues, we've become family. And I can say that Dean has had such a special relationship with every person that he came into contact with. And everyone that has heard or knew him had a special moment with him. He's had so many friends and so many people that he was in contact with. My colleague, Mr. Bass, spoke about the time that he worked, and I don't want to go too much into his working history, but Dean retired at a very senior level, and when he left Durban, somewhere in about the early 2003, and moved to Pretoria, Dean worked all over the country. He traveled to every province, to many, many towns and cities in this country, and he's well known in the entire country in the labor department and all the offices that we work with, and he's made a great impact in the lives. I have some wonderful memories of him, and I'm sure most of the colleagues from the department as well that will speak, if they could speak. Each one will share of special moments that they've shared with him. We traveled together from Pretoria yesterday afternoon, and the impact that he had is so great that two of my colleagues, Mr. Bass, myself, and Mr. Andres and Maria Negrela was here with us. They were in Cape Town yesterday, and they took their flights from Cape Town to Johannesburg, and not even spent a few minutes at home, and then we jumped into the car and we drove down. That was the impact that Dean had on individual people's lives, and we thank God for the role that he played with us and he shared with us. Many colleagues here in Durban that I see as well will be able to testify. But I want to just close by sharing some very wonderful moments that I had with him. When I started work, I come from Petermaritzburg, from a place called Dalton, about 40 k's away from Petermaritzburg, sugar producing town. And I didn't know much about Durban, I didn't know much about the place. And you know, all the senior people like Dean, Omar, the late Simra, Sadie, and Harold, and most of the colleagues that are still with us, they took us under the wings and they began to teach us things. And I remember we spoke a lot about cricket. And Dean said to me, I've never ever been to a cricket stadium, or I've never ever been to a cricket match. And he said to me, I'm going to take you. And he kept to his word. One night it was the finals when Natal was playing Transvaal. And Dean took me there. Not only did he take me there, but he made sure that he ensured that he got us a meal, and he arranged transport for me to get back home to Newlands West. And that's the kind of person he was. And he was my supervisor for a number of years here in Durban. He trained me, he looked after me. And when we were in Pretoria in the year 2010, we both were privileged to go to the Soccer World Cup finals in Johannesburg. And Dean and I went together. We drove from Durban, and we were invited to lunch, and we spent that day together. It was a memorable moment that I shared with him. And Dean and I also for a time shared a flat in Pretoria, and even my two daughters that were studying at the time used to come to us on the weekends, and they looked forward to Dean's, he had a lot of talents. He was a very talented man, and one of the attributes was that he was a great cook. And every Sunday, I would go to church with the children, but by the time we came back from church, the chicken curry or whatever Dean cooked was ready. And my children would always say, Dad, let Uncle Dean cook. He's a better cook than you. And he was an exceptional cook. And he really loved people. He really ensured that people were well. When he came to his money, came to his time, he shared everything with everyone. And we are so grateful and we are thankful to God that I could have shared these moments with him. And I want to say to Vanina and Malcolm, the children, and all the family and friends, your dad and Vanina, your husband, was a great, wonderful person. He loved people, he took care of people, and he made a great impact in the Department of Labour. And we thank God for his life and for his contribution. Both the commissioners sent me a message, former Commissioner Mkonto, and he asked to convey his condolences. They remembered him very fondly, and also Commissioner Mafata. He sent me a message as well and asked me to please convey his condolences and that his prayers are with the family. And we are deeply sad, but we thank God that we were able to be part of Dean's life, and Dean was a part of us. And I pray that his dear soul would rest in peace. And many a times, Dean was always open as a Christian. I would pray with him, and even the times when he was in Pretoria, we spent a lot of time in the hotels together, and even at our home. And he was always open to pray. He was a man that respected people, and he really loved people. Even when he was in hospital, I was able to pray with him, and we want to say, Lord, we thank you. And even the verse that my colleague, Mr. Bass, shared, he says, God knows that he has and what plans that he has for us in our life is in his hands. Thank you, Program Director, and on behalf of the department, our condolences on behalf of the entire team. I've been getting messages from all over the country, even a colleague that is in the UK, and some of them are in Australia and New Zealand, have all really expressed their shock and the sadness of the passing on of Dean. May God bless you all and comfort us at this time. Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Thank you, Stanley. Thank you. Moving words indeed. And I think you encapsulated Dean's nature quite clearly. I must ask those who haven't paid their respect to do so while this is going on, because our time will be limited, so you have it to come through and pay your respects to me, as and when you feel like. We have a collage of photographs put together that will play on in the background here, and that will show Dean and his long life with us. We have another speaker, close friend of Dean's, a few years younger than Dean, so he joined the club a few years after it was formed, but because he lives right next door, he was always a part of the club, and he will give you a few words. That is Roland Naidu.
Thank you, Larry. To the grieving family, my heartfelt sympathies from my family to yours. And as I stand here, it's a sad moment for, I think, the majority of us that are seated in this hall. I would like to start by, basically I interacted with Dean on very different levels. Firstly, from being a childhood friend. Although I was 7 years younger, the elder guys in our group, like Dean, Sivan, Rajan, Don, I can name Larry, that took me under the wing and tried to teach me the right way. And I'm thankful, as I stand here, to Dean for being one of those people. So my interaction started with Dean as a child. I worked with him at the Department of Labor. Then there was soccer, and then there was a racing fraternity. There was a whole host of things. So I can stand here and speak for hours about Dean. But I think the most important thing that I need to highlight is Dean's character. And his character was impeccable. I say this because my earliest memory of Dean was when my sister was little. She went to, Sivan's dad used to run a bread van, supplying bread at that time. And my sister went to buy the bread from the road. And somebody tried to interfere with my sister. And Dean was right there to make sure that that doesn't happen. He had that bigger brother mentality in him that he rescued her from the person that tried to interfere with her. Now, I say this because he stood for justice, whether it was in the area that he lived in, whether it was in the soccer fraternity, whether it was at the Department of Manpower or Department of Labor, as you now call it, or even in racing. He always tried to tell us that we must always do the right thing all the time. And he stood for justice. He did. If we were wrong, he was quick to wrap up on us on our knuckles and say, you know what, you were wrong. You are wrong because this is not how you should do it, and this is not what we decided. So we appreciate his honesty in that manner because that taught us how to be better people, not only to us, to those that are around us. Our friendship, Vanita, this was before you were married. Our friendship goes back before that. And I'm saying this because Dean used to organize a venue for us to get a call from Sivan, who was in Stanford University in USA. We should wait till the early hours of the morning, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, just so we can hear Sivan's voice. And Dean used to organize that. He used to make sure that we get to hear Sivan sometime. And Sivan used to make it his duty to call us every single time. And people ask us, oh, where are you going? Now we're going to waiting for this call. This call is going to come. And we'll wait somewhere while having a few drinks. Dean always a live wire. And we should wait for that call. And we should speak to Sivan for hours. And I'm saying this because that's the kind of friend that Dean was to us. He knitted us together in every way possible. I can recall a time that when we worked at the Department of Labor and we stayed in town and we missed the last bus at 11 o'clock. So we went to the Yacht Mall, which was opposite the Department of Labor. And because we missed the bus, we had to stay in town. We went onto a boat, we slept on that boat, And we got up the next morning and took the 5 o'clock bus back to Chatsworth and get back to work at 7:30 the next morning. The relationship and the fun that we had with Dean surpasses everything. As far as soccer is concerned, Dean was our president, our keeper, our right keeper. He made sure that we ran a well-administered club. The club that he was president of was known in Safa KZN as one of the best run football teams in the province. And that's because we had a wonderful leader like Dean. And with the rest of the guys, we've just followed suit and made sure that we follow the leadership of Dean in terms of his presidency. When it comes to racing, we always ask Dean whether you got your red pen. And I have in my hand a race car today that somebody slipped in my hand. I think it was Teresa or Malcolm. They slipped this in my hand. And I said, you forgot one thing, you forgot the red pen. Dean will have a red pen, blue pen, black pen. He'll mark, as DV will say, see I mark the sauce. He will mark the card vigorously, and even if there's a small red mark there, I mark the sauce. And he and Sivan used to have duels when it comes to picking horses. You will say Sivan relies on tips, and Dean was a form studier. And they should have their big duels in terms of who was the better picker of winners, whether it was Dean or Sivan. But I have to give that vote to Sivan. He studied the form, he made sure he gave us winners, and he's the Borodale master. They call him, he can pick in a racing center called Zimbabwe. He'll give you, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 winners in that racetrack. That's because he studied form. I can't say I had the privilege of spending Dean's latter days with him, because I saw him in a condition that that really upsetted me, and I'm sure it upsetted you guys as a family as well. But as friends, we rallied around and we tried to be there for as much as we could for Dean. And it really saddens us that we stand here today to say goodbye, not to a friend. I say brother, and I would say Dean loved us. I think more than anything. And as friends, we can only appreciate the things he did for us. He coordinated the various groups that we had, and even if there was a dispute, he made sure that he sorted out the dispute. I'm deeply saddened that I have to say goodbye to Dean. And I had the privilege of praying with him at the end. I hope and I pray that Dean could hear me at that time. I love Dean as a friend. I love Dean as a brother. I love Dean for the things that he did. But most of all, I love Dean for who he was. He was a man above men. And I stand here deeply saddened. And to the family, Malcolm, you've been a tower of strength. To your mom, to Teresa, to Sabrina, to Susan. Just remember, as friends, we will rally around you, and if there's any need whatsoever, we will always be there. We will always be in family, and we will always will be. Thank you.
We have Sabrina to say a few words for Dean, but before I call her, I'm going to ask the Vedanta boys to come and pay their respects to Dean at this point. Please come forward. Thank you for coming, guys. Just please pay your respect to Dean, and you can go back to your seats. I call on Tebrina. Tebrina is Dean's granddaughter, and he was very close to this. He doted on his granddaughter, and I'm proud that she's able to say a few words for you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for attending the celebration of my beloved grandfather. I found it very hard to write the speech, as there was no word that could describe what a wonderful person Dean was. He was always so kind, caring, loving, and considerate, but most of all, he was the most amazing grandfather. Dean was more of a father figure in my life than he was a grandfather. He was a courageous man who taught me the importance of hard work and discipline, as well as my biggest supporter. He was always there, for every netball match and hockey match, always cheering me on. He spoiled me immensely and gave me the best of everything, from the best shoes and clothes to giving me the best education, and made sure I was short of nothing. He would be there every day waiting outside of school with my favorite takeout. Although he always complained how unhealthy it was, he still bought it for me just to put a smile on my face. Dean was the glue that kept our family together. He worked hard to provide for his family and never complained how hard and how tired he worked. In my eyes, that is what a real man is. I always knew if I needed something, I could count on my grandfather. I would give anything just to spend one last moment, but now all I can do is cherish all the amazing memories and good times I've had with him. In my eyes, Dean was the perfect father, grandfather, husband, and friend. Dean, we will always love you and miss you. Nobody can ever replace you. Although I feel that God has taken you from us too soon, I hope your soul rests in paradise. I love you, Dean.
Thank you, Tabina. Very well said. Very moving and very touching. And I'm very proud of you, my child. We have another speaker also very close circle of friends that we've had at football and so on, and that is John Woodley. he'd like to say a few words at this point. Don, come forward.
Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Don. We've lost a giant of a person, both emotionally, intellectually, and as somebody that we could lean on. The last few days for Dean has not been pleasant, but Dean hung on for as long as he possibly could. My brother-in-law, Moga, and I saw Dean on Sunday at the hospital. And when we walked out in the passage, Moga cried. And on the way back, we said, hey, we can't see Dean lasting more than a day or two because he was not looking good at that stage. And thereafter, Roland and I visited Dean almost every day. And Dean just hung on. Dean just hung on there. And Dean is a betting person. If he could get out of the hospital bed and bet how long he's going to last, he probably would have won his bet. But 6 days later, Dean couldn't hold on any longer, and Roland and I and the family were sitting and were watching his life just go away. And I think that was the most painful experience that somebody can go to. But when we came back to Unit 3 and we were standing at Dean's house, our friend Joe said, guys, do you know how long we know Dean? And we said, how long? He reckoned over 50 years. And somebody said closer to 55. If you know somebody for 55 years and you are still a friend over so many years, you're not friends anymore, you're family. And Veda will know that. We don't have to phone Veda or Dean and say, I'm popping by. We just walk in. And we do that all the time. And maybe in some communities it's rude, but we just walk in the house, he walks in and out of our house. That's the type of friend we are. But I'm quickly going to just speak about two aspects of Dean. And fortunately, I was involved with both of them. One, our growing up as a group. Dean was always a leader, and we were always together as a team and a bunch of friends. And nobody ever called each other by the name. Nobody called Dean by the name of Dean. We called him a dozen other names, and some of them are not very pleasant. But Dean would handle it the way a friend will handle it. At one time, it was Sivan, Dean, and I that were very, very close. And when Sivan passed away a couple of years ago, Dean was emotionally in a bad spot because he felt useless, he felt like he couldn't do anything because of the circumstances that surrounded us at that time. And I think that affected Dean to a large degree as well. But having said all of that, Dean kept up his spirit. With Dean, if I tell the guys in the room, you got your back covered, you'll know what I mean. You could go anywhere with Dean, and we did that often. We had our backs covered. Nobody could tell us anything because Dean was bigger and stronger and he could really handle himself. And he was there for us all the time. From a work point of view, guys, I know we've had a few Department of Labor colleagues talking. I haven't met them, but I was the one instrumental in bringing Dean into the Department of Labor, which was a long time ago. And I know he worked his way quickly over the ranks and so on. But along the line, we also had challenges. In the early 80s, some of the Labor boys here would remember that as well. We were stuck in an office in Badger Lane, and the other races were stuck in offices in town and so on. And we kicked up a big row. We had a meeting, we called the big senior people on and so on to fight that. But Dean was at the forefront of all of that. And my good friend Vincent Governor, which is also part of the Labour group, we've got a group, a WhatsApp group, and Vincent asked me to remind the guys about the relationship that we've been having. Dean was our official cook. He could cook a terrific curry. And we would always pick on him and say, hey Dean, when are you going to improve your cooking? Or can you put some curry in your chilies, please? Because he liked his food so hot. So from the Labour boys' point of view, I think we will miss him. He's always been the front person for us. He initiated everything. When someone died, he was the first one to put his hand into his pocket. So, to the family, we say, we've lost a giant of a person. We've lost someone that's terrific, but we can go away with all those wonderful memories. You are gone, Dean, but we are not going to forget you for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. I don't know if there are anyone else in this crowd that would like to come and say a few words. We have time, so we can accommodate you. If you feel like it, please tell me. I'll be sitting here. One of Dean's nickname was Do Boy, but that was given by his father. That was a term of endearment. His father called him Do Boy. So we now in him we used to pick on him and Do Boy. Everybody paid their respects. I want to thank you for coming, and I want to thank you for paying your respects and offering condolences. I want to thank the Five-Town Funeral Services for doing their service in a dignified way. And I want to offer my condolences and strength to Manika and the family. We are always available for you should you need us. Thank you. I have a couple other speakers. I'll call on Priscilla Calendar.
Yellorukum, Male Vanukum, my first respects to Padayachee, who's played such a pivotal role in the Greater Durban area and the rest of South Africa as well. As you would have heard this morning, it was time and time again, every speaker that stood up here was singing the praises of the great man. I want to say to the Padayachee family, I'm so pleased to have met you today, Mrs. Padayachee. But we knew your husband for years because our husbands were friends and they worked together many years ago. And towards the last few years, their meetings have become more and more frequent. And then that's where we got to know the name, the man behind the name. And just sitting here this morning, every person that spoke here articulated his life so well, including his family life, including his work life, his cultural life, and it went on and on and on. To me, what is so significant today, it's the first day of Thai Pongal, an auspicious day. Dean may have not spoken too much about religion, but we knew that his heart was there, and that's where he got his inspiration from. So when we talk about Thai Pongal, we heard the Guru at the beginning of this interment ceremony tell us a little bit about how we should celebrate the life that has passed. But as we sit here, we can look at celebrating what Thai Pongal actually means. What does it mean for you and I? We came here today, and it said in our scriptures that Thai Piranal Bari Pirikum. So to the Padayachee family, when the month of Thai starts, you know your life is going to take on a new beginning. And I'm not saying that we are going to forget the person that we've lost, but it gives you that opportunity to build your own memories into such a monument that it will never ever break down throughout the rest of your lives as well. So that's the significance of today, and we all look always when we are living that, okay, the month of Thai has started, and we know our way is going to be open. And the way I look at it, for Dean, that Milky Way was opened, and it remains open for that soul to reach Sivalokam without any impediments. So these are little comforts that you can turn around a few times and give your own interpretation to. But so that you know, and then Don stood here, a friend of his, and said, hospitals gave a few hours, Dea's friends gave a day, and everything else. But Dean, in terms of his spirituality, knew exactly when it was and how it was going to be. So yesterday was the day of purging during our Pongal, and today we are saying, he has opened the way for himself. We may do all the rituals, but he's done it for himself. And for y'all, he's saying, whatever I've said to the community, whatever I've said to my family, look at it as lessons if you want to, treat it if you want to make it something that structures your life within that. So when somebody passes, we always look at the life that we spent with them. And we look at moments that are dear to us. Let's make those moments worthy of emulation. I didn't know the Vedanta football club until this morning when I saw them here in their uniform. And those days, we all had to forge together and find common things to do because we had that great so-called evil of apartheid, and we didn't know which way our lives are going to turn. So we had all these social kind of connections that Dean so proficiently formed into a group, and that gave so much of meaning. And you look at the men that stood here this morning, they are grown men. And each one of them would have done exactly what Dean did. Because of the discipline of that club, they actually turned it around and made it that their offspring and whoever came after them had those values. And that's why it doesn't matter what happens around us, that we know that our internal strength are got from things like this. It's the same with religious organizations that we formed from the 1860s, where there was no time to put together any kind of religion of our own. So the little shreds that came from the Truro, we built it and we brought it to this kind of stature. So we know that these are the things that we pass on To the lovely granddaughter that stood here, we know that he doted on you, and your time to be fetched was very important. It doesn't matter where his social gathering was, but he knew he had to fetch his granddaughter, and like she said, that takeout had to be special. It's not what Grandpa wanted, which was healthy for you that he knew, but exactly what you wanted. So those little pleasures, in every little way, and his friends always spoke. They all intimated about how when they had a gathering, it was Dean that actually came to the fore. And if you really know Dean and the way that I've known him for that little while, he was a somewhat not a very overt kind of person that would stand there and say, I want a leadership role. And that's something worthy of emulating as well. You don't have to tell yourself that, you know what, I am not that kind of outgoing, vivacious, overt kind of person. But I know within myself that I have that strength and confidence. And so when it was time for him to speak, he would speak. And it won't be loud. It was always in his quiet, disciplined, respectful way. And did we not follow him? Yes, we did. So I'd like to say on behalf of my husband, by the way, this was supposed to be on behalf of my husband, Vincent. I know he has learned so much from his dear friend. And why I could stand here and speak the way I do is because we heard it in our home as well. And I'm able to now say to the Padayachee family, thank you so much for sharing your loving householder with everybody to make the society and this country and maybe the world at large, now that we're in a global kind of situation, so much better than we.
Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you. Your words about the formation of the club also ring very true. This club was founded in 1975, and if you can recall, we lived in abject poverty at the time. And a lot of our fathers worked as waiters and barmen. So our lives were not good. But we got together and we formed a club which is still operational and will still stick together at a time when there was no entertainment, no TV, and a lot of other avenues to channel. There was drugs, there was gangsters, etc. But we stayed clean, this club stayed clean, and our children will follow suit, and their children hopefully will follow suit. So thank you very much, Priscilla. I have Dean's cousin, Sadakale, who would like to say a few words. Chaps, I want to say something also. There was a lot of chattering and noise at the back there. It's highly disrespectful to the speakers. Please cut the chatter down and pay attention and give us your silence.
Thank you, Program Director, the officiating priest, all that are gathered here. I greet you in the name of God. I am Dean's maternal cousin. Our mothers were sisters, and Dean was the only son. I don't know what else to say, because all the other speakers have covered Dean. They sang his praises. I don't lie. So when they called me to say a few words on behalf of Dean, it wasn't difficult. Every speaker that was here was honest in what they said. And like some of the speakers alluded to, his race going, his soccer, I had the opportunity of gracing a function at Vedanta where they held a fundraising of Sonamara Hotel. I don't know if that hotel still exists. I met a lot of members from Vedanta, and Lou was such a person that he could unite almost everybody. And this, although he is fallen, he has united us all. We've met relatives, friends that we haven't seen for over 50 years. With that, I know Martin has got a lot on his plate. To follow in his dad's footsteps is going to be very difficult, but we as a family will stand together. Thank you.
The cremation is at Thursday, 7 crematorium at 3 o'clock. It is our plan to leave here for the crematorium at about 1:30 or just shortly after that. The family have provided meals at Dean's home for anybody who returns from the crematorium, and I will ask that you please partake. I want to call Sabrina and Cookie to pay a tribute.
Good afternoon all. Unfortunately, we are unable to attend today. I want to thank everyone for coming to celebrate this legend today. Dean has been a great motivation and encouragement to us all. We have learned a lot from him, ranging from good character to great values like honesty and hard work, respect, good morals, values, being selfless, being humble, a great organizer, a great cook, being simple, and so much more great qualities. Dean was always the MC at all our family gatherings. He was so calm and he did everything effortlessly without a complaint, but always with a smile on his face. Dean, you may be out of sight, but you'll always remain in our hearts. You are in a much nicer place now. All our pain has gone away, but remember, we will meet on the other side one sweet day. We love you. We will be missed. You are in God's hands now. Just as you planned, watching us farewell to a beautiful person who left this world. An angel in heaven who will always be loved and forever missed. Life isn't what leave behind, is what we leave in people's heart. That counts. Life is what you make it, and you made it beautiful, Dean. Rest in peace, brother-in-law. This speech was sent from my sister from Australia. Thank you.
Uncle Dean, we are devastated to hear of your passing. The last time we spoke, it was about Ma's funeral, and today it is you that we honor. You will be remembered as the head of our family, the planner, the organizer, the MC, the spokesperson. Always helpful and giving. You went above and beyond for everyone that crossed your path. You had a kind heart and treasured your family and friends. Everyone you met was drawn to you due to your selflessness. There will forever be a void in our family, but we will cherish the good times, the laughs and the memories. May you rest in peace, Uncle Dean. Lots of love from Kersha, Kirsch, Priyan, Leah and Eva, and Auntie Lali. We are so sorry for your loss. We are going to miss Dean tremendously. We are truly blessed to have known Dean for the past few decades. As a family, we all looked up to Dean for guidance and advice. Dean always took the lead role for all family functions and events. He was our family MC. We were honored to have spent most of our recent holidays with Dean. We have created so many great memories together which will last us a lifetime. He truly had a heart of gold and always ensured that we were well cared for on our trips to South Africa. We pray that God will comfort the Padayachee family during this sad time. May God richly bless you all and y'all's mourning of Dean's passing. May the light and presence be a continual source of consolation. May the peace that comes from the memories of love share comfort with y'all forever and more. Rest in peace, our dear Dean, until we meet again, the Chetty family. Good afternoon, everybody, once again. On behalf of the Padayachee family, I would like to thank all of you for your love, support, and help. We are all here today because you love Dean, and I'm sure that he appreciated the most. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else who wants to say a few words? Then I'm going to ask the sound man to turn on the music and let the collage of photographs continue. Can I have your attention again, please? I have one more speaker who's also a close friend of Dean, a Gordon Chinya. And I must ask that the guys in the back there, please keep it down.
Assalamualaikum. God bless you. Assalamu alaikum. Namaste. You know, Dean used to always say, Gordon, if you're going to speak to people, please kiss them. Keep it short and simple. But it's hard to keep it short and simple because Dean was a very large character. He's a man that fought, but fought fairly. You know, amongst all our mates, Dean was the most unbiased person. He never took sides. He saw things as they are. It's either black or white. There was no grey area. And Dean's touched many lives. I mean, the football guy fraternity will tell you the relationships and the bond was so strong. Dean was very nurturing. His family will tell you he was very caring. He's an irreplaceable person. And you know, he got ill for a short while, and we were all praying, and then I went and saw him on Christmas Eve. And he was not scared. He said, what God has in store will happen. So he's a brave person, and each of us sitting here today, God has an appointed time. When it's your final exit point, we will go no matter what we do. If God wants us at that time, we're going to go. So I can confidently say that Dean left on his final exit point. This was the day that the Lord had marked for him and he had to return. And in each of us, there's final exit points and then there's premature exit points. So prayer is such an important aspect of our lives that we need to stay prayed up all the time. Because when you pray, you can avert something. But like I said, if it's a final exit point, then there's nothing you can do. You can pray that God gives grace to the family right now. We thank God that His hand is upon the family. It's a testing and a trying time, but it's time like this that friends and family gather and strength is derived. So to Dean's wife and family, you're not alone. You know, we all are praying for you. The next 16 days, those that are Hindus will understand that the 16 days, the soul hasn't ascended yet, so it's very important those 16 days, and the 16-day ceremony is when the soul ascends. Now, each religion will believe differently, and I'm sharing with some little knowledge that I have about Hinduism. So everyone will fast during that time, and then when the ceremony is done, we pray that his soul reaches its destination. But as we sit here today, we know Dean has left a large part of good things to everyone. And his friends will see the funny side of Dean. There were photographs we saw on his trips. He was quite hilarious, which means he was a complete person. We all got to see all aspects of him, and we loved every part of him. Roland just said, "Look, there's nothing bad you can say." So I said, I didn't prepare a speech, but I'm going to speak from the heart. There's only good things that you could share about Dean. Dean will pick up the phone out of the blue. "How you doing? You know, I came off some chats, like, "Are you okay? When you join us on the trip?" He was a very caring, nurturing person. On the trips, everyone will wait to taste Dean's food. Dean was our master chef. And yes, we're going to miss him. But you know, before Dean, there's been many of the Vedanta guys that have gone ahead. So we say, Sivan was the last one to go, and Dean and Sivan were very close. And then Jackson went before that. So slowly the Vedanta team is being built up on the other side of life, which we don't know. Only when we die, we're going to know what happens. But to everyone here today, make every moment count, because we don't know what lies ahead. So what we do now will impact. Remember, everything we have is temporal. Only the love you have in your heart is permanent. So Dean has left an indelible part. The love that he embraced everyone here today will stay with us. To the family, may God continue to strengthen you right now. It's a difficult and a trying time. But every house you see has to go through this. This is something we cannot stop. Every home will experience death because this is part of life. So God bless you. Pray that the rest of it, Dean ceremony, will be peaceful. God bless you.
Thank you, Gordon. We're nearing the 1:30 mark. If anybody hasn't paid the tribute, you are welcome to do so now. And whoever is accompanying us to the crematorium, we welcome you. And as I said before, there will be meals served at Dean's home, and you are welcome to partake in them too. Thank you very much. Hello people, we're nearing the time when we will leave for the crematorium, so I will ask if anybody else or anybody here wants to pay the tribute to please do so now, use this opportunity. This collage will continue playing and until we leave. And once again, I must thank you for coming and for all your condolences. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to that juncture of time that we need to drop everything. We need to stop talking. We need to pay particular attention. Many speakers came forward and spoke their heart out regarding the love and respect that Dean has given. Today I ask you, if we can stand up and put our hands together and share that love and respect for Dean. It is a great favor that you do in return, and show your appreciation. The immediate family and friends, can you make your way down to the casket? You'll be given a rose in your hand, and you need to grasp that rose tight. And we will go in a circular position and a clockwise position, clockwise rotation around the casket 3 times. And when we come to the third circumference, we will place the rose around the Dean's head. So when you hold the rose in your hand, we need to dig down deep into the chambers of our heart and do a heart-to-heart sincerity prayer to Almighty God to open up the way. And let this soul reach its destination without any hurdles and obstacles. You also take into notice that when we go to temple or when we do prayer at home, on our forehead we apply vibhuti or ashes onto our forehead. May I ask, why do we do that? The simple reason is that when we apply vibhuti or ashes on our forehead, it is an indication to man that that is the end result of man. By simply applying ashes on your forehead, that is an indication that is the end result of man. So let us all gather here. Let's form a line. Let's stand in a single file. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and let's do a prayer for you. We need to go clockwise around this casket with lots of love and devotion. This is the final moment, and this is the juncture of time. We come to the crossroads. There is a trambalam, Om Gajadanam Mude, Ganaji Sevijanga, Varjanga Pradada Vajanam, Kavindayamam Valajaram, Pachatum, Gumachatum, Goshavineshkaranam, Namami Vigneshwaravan, Adavangajam, Om Katyana Vitmahe, Kanya Kumari Demahe, Tanno Durga Prechudiyaya, Saraswati Vidmaha, Brahma Bhakti Demaha, Tanno Saraswati Prechudiyaya, Om Shantakaram, Bhujagasharanam, Padmanavam, Sureshvam, Vishwakaram, Ganagasatram, Megavandram, Subhangam, Lakshmikantam, Ganaganayanam, Yogi Yatram Yam, Vande Vishnu Bhagavayanam, Sarvalokayanam. Om Purana Vadina Tingal Cheram, Varunikam Vadinatam Tingal Cheram,
Maranine Madim Bolmanam Cheram Karane Perumastachalam Kalindivaram Varanine Lakshmi Yagam Cheram Madimugam Pol Nindalangi Maya Neya Varanine Raguram Mandi Karanami and Bulie Vandar Sevaye Om Ulagalandan Yoder Kuadiyavan Nila Ulaviyan Nirmani Vendiyan Ulagalandan Yoder Kuadiyavan Nila Ulaviyan Nirmani Vendiyan Alagal Sodiyal Ambalatil Aduva Alagal Sodiyal Ambalatil Aduva Malashilam Badi Vastivanangum Malachilam Badi Vastivanangum Shri Ram Jaya Jaya Ramo 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 Om Namah Shivaya 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 Om Namah Shivaya
Almighty and precious Lord, we wholeheartedly humbly prostrate at your lotus feet, asking for your blessing on this very day, to strengthen this family, and to open up all the doors, and lay out the red carpet for the soul to take its journey. Almighty and precious Lord, we ask you for whatever said and done, knowingly and unknowingly, we ask for forgiveness. Whatever has been transpired over the period of time that we walk this plains, we ask for forgiveness. God bless this family. Ramanandri, Manakam. Sorry, once more request. Apparently the hearse needs to take its round, and apparently there's some vehicles causing some obstruction. Please, kindly, my humble appeal to you, just if you can just move your vehicles so the hearse can make its way. We just have a limited time to go to different tour. Thank you very much.
Josh.
Where the flowers, right? Two boxes. And the flowers, that goes in the bag, there's 2 boxes. Yeah, 2 boxes. But the box gotta go inside. Doen we het dan? You know how to stop Yeah, okay, wait.
Good. In this car. Oh, top car. Salva, you got my keys.
they are not Harishchandra was a king at one time. He sacrificed his life. He gave the kingdom and he started to look after the he was so devoted to achieve destiny. The first prayer comes to him. He is the one that the name of Harishchandra. He opens up the doorway. This is where we do this. Because they can this is Perumal. This is like talk.
यदिमय महादेव धीमह तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् ओम अपने मायवने नमः शिवाय अनंतावाग ओम अरुणचरम ईश्वराय नमः ओम हरिचंद्र कुंजंद कद तरद वेयुदु ओम हरिचंद्र कुंजंद कद तरद वेयुदु ओम हरिचंद्र कुंजंद कद तरद ओम शिवाय नमः रुद्राय नमः शंकराय नमः सदाशिवाय नमः गुरुवे नमः ओम नमः शिवाय नमः ओम गंगा यमुना गोदावरी सत्रवेणी दामोदरी कावेरी सरस्वती निजलतम समर्प्यामि 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 ओम हरिचंद्राय नमः ओम दिशत्रंबलम उलगलाम वनंदन लोदर कुआदियवन नील उलावियन निर्माणि वेंडियन आदगल सोदियल लंबालत आरुबा मालशिलम बड़े वास्देवनंगुवोम मालशिलंबरे वास्देवनंगुवोम दिलसत्रंबलम ओम daughter mother daughter-in-law stand here ओम दिलसत्रंबलम we can go around if you want to ओम नमः शिवाय 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 Om Namah Shivaya. Shankara Shiva Shankara Shiva Shankara Shiva Shankara 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 Shri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya Ramo 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 Shri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya Ramo. Om Dirzaktrambalam. I need one gentleman, please, to carry the carton box. We'll go inside the hall and we will go into the vertical section. Those have not yet viewed the face at the hall, at the inside of the wall, you're most welcome to do that. Do the viewing again. Thank you very much. We need 6 pole bearers here, please, to participate in uplifting of the casket. Yes, we are taking that 10 down, get first.
Come out first. Don't worry, just pick up like that and walk straight back. And then I'll turn out. Just pick up from, no, facing the face. Facing it, pick up and walk back. Yes. Right, walk back. Walk back.
Ladies and gentlemen, those that we just have a limited time, those that have not yet viewed the video, please come forward and do the viewing. அம்மாக்களே, தாய்மார்களே, தங்கமார்களும் இப்போ கட்சி நேரங்களில் நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் சேர்ந்து ஒரு சின்ன பிரார்த்தனை செய்கிறீர்களுக்கு உன் ஆத்மா மேலே. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final encounter that we will face. This is the moment, this is the time. Whatever needs to be said and done, this is the window period of time that you could virtually stand up and do a prayer, a dedicated prayer from your heart to Almighty God. On behalf of God, a friend, a husband, a grandfather. So, let us get together and do this prayer, because thereafter we will be going into the prayer room. And once we go into the prayer room, the immediate family, the very immediate family will actually come into the prayer room to participate in the last rites of setting up. So please take into consideration and have an understanding with this pandemic that's in the air at the moment. We are very restricted of having a very limited number in the prayer room, so we can actually do what needs to be done to the best of our ability and let our dear have a very safe and comfortable journey ahead of you. So we ask you all to please take note and have an understanding, and with due respect, I ask you just to abide by those rules, because we need to give our best. Let us do a prayer. Om Devisatrambalam Om Gajaranam Bhude Ganadi Sevi Jangavara Jangaprada Vachanam Gavitayama Paricharam Vachakan Vachakan Gocha Vineshkaranam Namami Viknesh Paravan Bhadavam Gajam Om Narayana Putmahe Vasudeva Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodyama Om Tattu Vishaya Dhimahi Mahadeva Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodyama Om Kadyan Putmahe Kanyakumari Dhimahi Tanno Durga Prachodyama Om Nivasatrambalam Om. Please, I ask you wholeheartedly, 6 pallbearers to be in readiness. We need to participate in uplifting the casket and making its way on the extreme of my right hand side. And those immediate family members will proceed into the prayer room until being told you. Om Divisatrambalam Shankara Shiva Shankara Shiva Shankara Shiva Shankara 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 Om Shri Rama Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Rama 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 Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya. Those that didn't have you, please do so. You will never have an opportunity again. Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya. The 15 and 16 days memorial service
will be held on the 27th and the 28th. That will be on a Friday and Saturday. For more information, please contact the immediate family and they will give you an updated notice and they will give you more details. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Nisakrambaram. Let's all rise, put our hands together while the casket is uplifted and taken in front of him. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Only the very immediate close family should go into the prayer room until we said so. So just please wait here till the caskets are being transferred and then we will be pulled up. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Our Lord told that yourselves and your patience. May God bless you. May you go safe.